Hello. How are you doing today? I we are not proceeding according to plan today, sadly. Sims is not working. And just proof that Sims 3 is not working. See this. We will continue in Sims 4, which means we are skipping a generation. Because, yeah, this is working. And stuff is here. But when I do this, okay, the intro will work, kinda. It's gonna be loud. Brace yourself. And this will load nicely. Look how pretty this look. How crisp. You'd think it would work. And then let's see. I forget which Sunset Valley. That's the base game world. A serious error has occurred while loading Sunset Valley World. It is strongly recommended that you restart the application. That just keeps happening. I tried everything. They even were like, oh, maybe it's the, original worlds that are a problem. Let's try, do some custom worlds with no CC. No, same thing. Does not want. This makes me so sad on multiple levels. Like, I spent money on this. I wanted to make it happen. I had a vision. But alas, it is not happening. So, we're going to Sims 4, which also isn't safe currently, by the way, because there's been an error with for rent, and apparently it's corrupting people's saves. I do have my main save backed up. I didn't feel like making another backup within a week, so I didn't. Hi to you too, Tracer. So we're just gonna continue in the world that I've been playing for events. Speaking of, new events should drop in an hour. But while I will resume in that world, I will in fact go for a base game world. So maybe here, maybe now, Seb can not be not be a police person. Okay, no law enforcement. This is Andrea. We'll try to make friends with Andrea maybe. But for now, let's go to manage world. And let's go to Willow Creek. I don't want 30 by 20. I want a bigger one. 50 by 50. Yeah, 50 by 50 seems right. Let's just first flatten it. Also, sorry for no stream yesterday. I've been feeling really, really rough. There we go. So that's gonna be our lot. Let's create our household.
Mora, hey, you bosa.
Let's see if honestly, I don't like working with pre-made faces, so we're just gonna match my skin color, kinda, maybe. And let's see what we can do here. That feels appropriately tired. Okay, so in Sims 2, Seb became a good warlock. We're definitely gonna match that with hair. Let's find us some nice hair. And she said I have any hairs. No, I do not. No, I do. Sure. I feel like this will be good. And now we can't have purple hair. We could have like dark hair. But why when we can go platinum? However, maybe we have this not match. There. Okay. And we also have to make our girlfriend. I kind of forgot her name. Sorry, our fiance. Not even a girlfriend, she's our fiance. Oh, damn.
Here to come.
No, I did save her picture. So I'm gonna work on that. From that. Blah. Okay, she's also very pale, but also she is an adult. She's a little older than us. And she had this cute little bob. And she had silver hair. And blue eyes. No, her nose was something like that, I think. Or like this even. But it was a little more like so. I'm not really happy with that eye shape. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's much better. And her eyebrows were much more simple. Also, she had kind of normal ears. And she had like a super cute bob happening. Let me just give her normal human ears first. Yeah, like that. I don't know if I want to give her a bob like this or... Let's see what else we have going on. Not that one. This is also a little too long. That's a little too short. Oh, I think this was almost exactly like what she had. Oh, this is kind of cute. I think I preferred the short thingy here. Which one was it? Dang it. Ah, this one. Yeah, I think I preferred this one. And she began a scientist career. Maybe I just give her normal blue eyes. Like that. What do we think? Glowy or normal? I feel like glowy since she was like this super witch person. And she had these. Well, she had sparkles all over, but... I'm kind of puzzled that we can't have white eyelashes. They should have gave us like more colors. Like, I don't know, red, blue, white. Didn't just list creation colors. Although I guess brown is a close enough thing. Oh, okay, too much. Maybe no eyeliner. Maybe like just this and a little tint on the lips. Yeah, maybe just like that. Here, cute. Jasmine. Ulf. No, Ulf. Olfsky. That's a mouthful of a last name. You know what? Maybe we give her freckles too. Perhaps like that. Okay, and then connection engaged. Romance dynamic, wholesome. Yeah, they were pretty wholesome.
Vashni.
No, we need to add our pets as well. Let's start with Iris. Give me a second. Sorry if I've been ignoring the chat. I just have so little screens. First things first. I don't know what breed she was. I know she was a white cat. But I assume she was like, you know, puffy white. Not puffy white. Maybe like that. This feels a little bit like Iris. Or this. Tokenis. Maybe this feels more like Iris. And if I recall, she had blue eyes. Okay, let me check for this. Let's see. Yeah, she had blue eyes. And then this is the closest to the color she had. She's finicky. So neat. Well, what would be neat for a cat? So friendly, clever. She was genius, apparently. Definitely not mischievous. I'm gonna give her Prowler just because, like, in The Sims 1, she liked to hunt. Yeah, we have Iris. Now to add Mortimer. I don't think he was. Oh, there. Maybe more like German Rex or. Oh, maybe. Maybe Mao. But also Aussie Cat is more orangey orange. It's not as stripy. Definitely more Mao. Oh, but wait. Well, we had like good eyes for him. Are you going first? Yeah, no, definitely this. No. He wasn't skittish though. Okay, let's check for the eyes. He had green eyes. But Iris actually, she had red eyes. Like purple red eyes before. No, it's fine. We're gonna leave it as blue eyes. It's all good. And then Mortimer had similar color. He was definitely not skittish. He was talkative and a prowler. And also clever, apparently. Oh, and lazy. Well, maybe we give it clever, lazy, and talkative. Yeah. And then last but not least, Alfred. Alfred is easy. He was a beagle. There you go. Although honestly, I kind of like the look of beagles more in 1 and 2, but that's okay. Apparently, also genius. So smart. Very messy, so troublemaker. I hate that. It's okay. We're gonna train him out of it. He was very independent as well. Yeah, trash doggo for sure. Now, I do have to go to the toilet real quick, so I shall be right back. We'll leave you with some cast music. Okay, I am back. Hello, hi. Okay, Alfred, you need a color. And like he can have a spiky color. And here we can do a spiky color as well for walkies. And then maybe... Oh, he doesn't like that. Okay, okay. Fine, we're gonna give you a spiky color. Okay. Let's figure out some casual clothes. Maybe we tap into the new things that came in the base game. Let me just scroll through plethora of things. I quite like this shirt. Okay. I mean, this is something I would wear. Forget, maybe we do that one as a first outfit. Who says it has to be identical to the outfits we had back then? Where are the new jeans? Which ones are new jeans? Let me... Huh, I don't know. Probably like these ones close to these pants. Oh yeah, I believe these ones are new because so many color choices. I think I'm gonna go with like dark gray. A short ad break will be coming up soon, but I will continue working on here. Because let's be honest, you're not missing that much. I do feel like I have to do something still with my face here. It's not like identical face to all of my other faces. Morning, Bertado. How are you doing? It's really very morning. Hot and dying, no. Oh, that's a little much. Oh, okay. This could be just right amount of color that we want in here. I know that feeling, sadly. I hate it. And you're stuck in ads now, probably. No rain till March. That's still a bit away. That's still a bit away. I should get myself a table. Oh yeah, my drink is indeed floating. It's okay, it's a magical gay drink. I mean, yeah, okay. It wouldn't be the first time I slip and it falls and it spills over my keyboard. It's worse when I get hiccups. Is this like too much? I feel like I'm too pale. Oh my god. I'm telling myself everything everyone ever told me. Did you know you're too pale? Maybe some lash moment. No, lashes are too much. Oh, cool, yeah. Yeah, definitely do. I should get myself a table for my gay drinks so I don't spill them. Oh, that way I could have, like, you know, one for hydration, one for, you know, coffee, and one for flavor. Could have 3 drinks at the time. And I could put so many other things on my table. What do we think about this? Is this too much? Oh, I forgot freckles. Mine are mainly like that. Sorry, Blue is preparing to go to the store, so there's noises, so I'm muting. Maybe I should try. Oh, what's happening with that ear? Did you see it? I have. That shouldn't be happening. Okay, maybe we don't do plugs. Oh, that's cute. Oh, sickly goat. You met me in a goat form. I could also do these. Or better yet, see ya. You see this tracer? Everyone is leaving us. Thank you, thank you. Oh, but I would. I don't know what that voice crack was. Ignore the voice crack, please. I think I'm gonna go with the key. I like it too much. Perfect. Very. I don't even know what I would call this style. Very Seb.
Sulius Beshni, Oblique Swabius Fox. Sucabra.
And hope for some cozy shoes.
Sulius.
In there. This is totally how I would dress in real life. You okay there, Nico?
Marnay Boss. Bleed. Flopa.
No, I think I prefer this one for now.
Sulius Beshni, Oblique Swabius Fox.
And of course, we can't forget some chipped nail polish.
Scubapata. Bonkis. Sulius.
Perfect. Terrible. Let's just duplicate this and duplicate this. Actually, I don't think I chose the right socks.
Larnay Voss.
Perfect.
Bleed Flopa.
And then I can just duplicate all of these and remove them from where I don't want them. No, Seb had a knowledge aspiration. But which one shall we pick?
Oh. The theories of Cabra.
This one would be generic. But maybe now that we are maybe now that we are a warlock we could look into ghosts. Or maybe we're into spellcraft stuff.
Oh. Uh-huh. It's annoying. Crave, crab.
Yep, I'm definitely dramatic. Let's see, writing, gaming,
Oh. Shurga.
photography.
Huh. Markle Shufi. Jabina.
Painting for sure. Handiness, gemology, probably.
Flurbis. Ah.
Cooking and baking.
Onya Flurbis.
There.
Ah.
Pretty
Maybe
accurate,
Hana.
if you ask me.
Onya Flurbis. Ah. Maybe Hana. Oh. Huh. Huh.
I don't have preferred decor, so this will be fine.
Oh. Huh. Oh. Onya Flurbis. Huh. Markle Shufi. Jabina. Oh, yips. Oh, Penkira Buik. Oh, yips. Mipim Disable. Oh, yips. Lurbis. Mipim Disable.
What are we attracted to? Academic sibs, maybe? Takey sims. We're not really into taking sims, but we don't care, so... Oh, arts and crafts for sure. Where? Ow. Characteristics. I'm gonna like ambitious, idealist, pet enthusiasts. There, perfect. Now let's quickly deal with the other outfits. This is atrocious. I would never wear this. I love a nice suit, so perhaps. I do possess a red suit, so maybe I go with red suit. That's literally the only suit I possess. Okay, and I would definitely do my nails for special occasions. Hmm. Oh, that's so cute. Too bad none of these work as they should. Like that, perhaps. And maybe match our eye makeup a little.
Ooh. Sakabra flopa. Ooh. Sulis.
Yeah, that works.
Ooh.
Okay, now here.
Sakabra tabunkus.
Oh, that's interesting. Probably not though for athletic wear. Not sure what's going on there.
Glarnay boss. Ugly flopa.
You know what? Probably something like that.
Ethereal Sakabra tabunkus.
Perhaps more like that. Yeah, that's perfect. I can work with that. Maybe topless. Maybe topless, but some fluffy pants. Like that. And then we can also remove these. And probably wouldn't wear makeup to bed. So something like that. Also, I'm forgetting a thing. No, it was these. There we go.
Sulius Beshni oblite Swabius Fox.
A party outfit. Something that has a vest, perhaps.
Sakabra Flopa. Ooh. Sulis. Ooh. Ethery Sakabra Tabunkus. Sakabra Flopa. Ooh. Sulis. Huh.
To be fair, I would probably wear something like that every day as well.
Oh.
No. Why?
Scubafata. Bunkus. Sulis.
This is like the swimwear is it hurts my soul.
Ethery Sakabra.
Probably would go swimming without socks, without rings and bracelets. I know what, heck, makeup can stay. Although, well, I don't really have. No, not back. This. Maybe not match hair. Maybe do that.
Sakabra Flopa. Ooh. Sulis.
Yeah, okay. Hot weather.
Sulis
Oh my goodness.
Beshni,
What is going on?
Swabius Fox.
What is that outfit? Yes. Honestly, I don't see why not this one. But also this is quite cute. I do get to chill it a lot. Ah, perfect. That's exactly how I want to go into town during the summer.
Ethery Sakabra Tabunkus. Scubafata. Bunkus. Sulis. Sakabra Flopa. Ooh. Sulis.
There we go. Perfect.
Huh.
That works. And then cold weather. I'm thinking of just maybe throwing something like this on. Oh, we got a new outfit here. Oh, or this. I know it's very basic, but I'm sometimes very basic, okay? There, new shiny boots. Hmm. This one or this one? I do prefer the side of this one. But I don't like when they're dangly on top like that. So probably this will be fine.
Oh. Clarnay, Boss,
Second.
Bleep, Flopa. Oh.
Sorry, I had a really bad sneeze coming up. Oh, Jasmine, she's really into like dresses and whites and stuff. So let's make her very magical. Something fancy but casual. This could be her winter thing, especially, yeah, in white like that. Oh yeah, there we go. This could be her everyday. And then let's give her some cute nails. I couldn't have these, but maybe she could. Yeah, they're so cute.
Loba. Boss. Over.
And maybe let's give her an engagement ring. Maybe like
Ooh.
a little butterfly like that. Oh wait, these are new for sure. We didn't have them in that many colors. Holy heck. Oh, and in the pastels, those are also new. Oh, that's amazing. However, I am trying to find a specific set of socks, which I seem to be unable. Oh, there we go. It's these ones. Let's find her some cute little heels.
Glarny.
Oh yeah, maybe like that.
Ta.
Maybe not. Oh, these ones work, right?
Zacabra. Ta. Besh.
And then also
Besh.
skin detail. Some freckles over on her shoulders. Yeah, like that. Let me look up what does she like. Free table assets. Wait. Did my keyboard just stop working? Okay. Like that. Hmm. Yes. Give me a second. I will. Give me a second. Give me a second. uh, I'm fixing stuff. Ah, there. Perfect, right? Wait, but now my captions are kind of going over it. But they're readable enough, right? Yeah, I'll call it. I'll say it's readable enough. Anyway, yes. Let me check what my girlfriend's stats were. Okay. Oh, well, she is a scientist. She's into cooking, logic, creativity. So I'm gonna make her ambitious
Yafis bar.
and art lover.
Oh, nourish. Ah,
And she was a good witch, so
ooh.
ambitious, art lover, and good there. Or maybe not the art lover per se. Maybe maybe she's very loyal there. Oh my god.
Low boss. Over.
And she wants to be good at many things at once. There. She likes cooking.
Huh. Uh-huh. Gonna pay.
Oh, she's pretty charismatic too, but it's okay. She likes cooking, painting. She's pretty handy.
Silly. Yibs.
I'm actually gonna put her into robotics and rocket science. Since she's a scientist and all that, you know. And Let's say she likes gaming and writing as well.
Oh.
Oh, and maybe she's good at violin.
Uh-huh. Garna pay.
She likes gray, white,
Rowie.
pink, and blue.
Huh. Uh-huh. Garna pay.
Conversation topics. Let's see. She's very affectionate. She likes discussing interesting hobbies and deep thoughts.
Huh.
And she loves stories. There.
Uh-huh. Alka Silni.
Same characteristic. She likes idealists, spirited, pet enthusiast, optimistic, funny, and
Uh-huh. Garna pay.
does she like anything about me? Okay. Music genre. She can like Baroque and classical.
Wasibis. Oh.
Ace pop.
Oh.
Ow. That was painful. The problem, well, it's not the problem. The thing here is that we're gonna have to cheat a lot of things to get things as they were. But it's okay. It's okay. We kind of just started. We got all of the time in the world. Well, we don't really actually, but we have enough time. Okay, way of life. She will like geeky sims. Academic sims maybe. Good sims for sure, but I don't think I can. Arts and crafts. There. Characteristic, there we go. Ambitious, cerebral. Idealist. Pet enthusiast. Nature enthusiast. I feel like she would really maybe like gardening as well. Right. Is there gardening? It should. There should be gardening. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh.
But then Seb also likes gardening. Here, she would really like affection. Yeah, Seb also likes gardening. There we go. Okay. Jasmine. Your formal wear. No, not short dress. Long dress. It has to be a long dress. Oh, maybe something like this. Seems very magical. Very Elsa. Give me a sec.
Zacabra. Ta Vesh. Veshni.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe. mm, Maybe I actually want to give her different hair. Maybe like this pinkish. Like I would give her blue hair, but if there was like light blue. Maybe I want to give her pinkish hair. Just because. And she can have silverish eyebrows. Or platinum like that. No. Oh, maybe like this. Yeah, maybe that can be her. True. I think we really desperately need more hair colors in Sims. So I want to give her some nice earrings here. And maybe a pretty necklace. Does that work? Like this one always works, but I want to do something different than what I usually do. Oh, maybe like that. Yeah, maybe like that. But then I'm kind of feeling bad that these aren't blue. These are too dark. Oh, these maybe. Oh, that works perfectly together. Let me just copy her makeup everywhere. I'm not sure about the eyeliner. I think I prefer it without.
Glarney, Sulius. Ta.
Oh yeah, we definitely need to fix up shoes there. I think we're gonna go with these crystal shoes. She's gonna come back, Dogo. She will, soon. She just went to buy food. Tracer is very sad because Blue went to buy food. And not per se because she went to buy food, but because she's gone.
Glarney, Sulius. Ta.
Okay. What could her sporty thing be? Maybe something like this. Could be super cute. Also, I want to give her tattoo. There's only one tattoo I could currently give her over here. So that's what we're gonna do. Which is this abstract one. But maybe also something on her back. Like that. It's not really abstract, but... Oh, maybe we could give her some pink butterflies. Yeah. And then the rings, the rings.
Veshni. Ah.
Yeah, I can't see the other ring she's wearing, so I'll just do this, and then oh, or not. Just this and that. And so those are quite cute earrings, but I don't think she would wear any here. I think I forgot glasses on Seb. Let me check. Did Seb have glasses? Seb did have glasses. Oh my god.
Zip.
A key thing we forgot. How could we? And it was like these round glasses. But there's no round glasses like that are just seeing glasses. Lack of glasses in this game is disturbing. But this could be fine. And then we can definitely move them for athletic. We're not gonna sleep with glasses. No, shoot. I just removed all of the things. Okay. Just remove glasses. There we go. And for swimming, we probably wouldn't swim with glasses. I usually wear contacts when swimming, so it tracks, you know. Although maybe I do want to give myself a hat. And specifically like this new hat. That's so cute. I love the new hat. Anyway. She, however, doesn't wear glasses.
Veshni.
And maybe we give her some cute pink socks. Like that.
Zakabra. Ta. Veshni.
And let me just, no.
Slova. Boss. Over.
Because I don't want to be dealing with the hair. So we're just gonna disable hair growth everywhere. We have our preferred hair length. Okay, sleep. You don't need the silk cap. Let's give her some like super cute pajamas.
Suavius. Blarney. Bungus.
Yes, the little unicorns. It's perfect. Probably totally what she would wear. I hope. And little bunny slippers. And we're gonna give her some cozy socks. what? I like the Fraser Bunny one. Oh, okay. I don't remember ever noticing this dress. Oh no, never mind. I remember now. Maybe like this.
Slova. Boss. Over.
Why no pink? I mean, I guess that's fine. Or we could go with purple. But like also just this is fine, I believe. Interesting. That's a little too much. Like, this is super cute, but I'm unsure she would wear that. Ooh, she would definitely wear this. Maybe like these. I know they're not exactly blue. We could go with pink, but that also doesn't match. Maybe like this, and then we can match with some necklace. No.
Swabius. Glarny.
Oh, that's super cute. It doesn't match her shoes though. Okay, let's find new shoes. Because now I'm quite set on that necklace. Oh, these are cute. Or these. There. In cold weather we had idea of wearing this one. Yeah, this one I believe. And she could have these pastel blue ones, and for shoes, well, we can choose some boots. These are cute. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time in here, so we'll settle on these. and give her a cute little hat. Yeah, maybe this to match the detail on her shoes a little, but maybe it's too much. Yes, Dogo, she's back. Borky bork. Hello.
Zacabra.
Yeah, I'm not debating what we have going on. Oh, wait. There is a different feminine variant for this? Interesting. I was not aware. I think we're gonna custom make it.
Suavius. Glarny. Bonkis.
There, that works. Okay.
Ah.
Okay. I need to help Blue unpack while the break is in progress, so I will be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Now, we need to recreate our house. Which should be easy enough. Wait, that's the second floor. We'll start with the first floor. So sorry for missing chat. Actually, I'll try to... Give me a sec. I'll try to check my chat over Twitch. Haha. My channel. Chat. There we go. Yay. Okay, so I shouldn't be missing chat now. Now I took the big lot because I guess it makes the most sense. Let's just do this. Just while we build, and then I'm gonna set the money back to what I had as SIB in Sims 2. I'm kind of still really disappointed that I couldn't get Sims 3 to work. I will keep on trying, and maybe like we can get from this point or something. We'll see, but if I don't, oh well, that's that, I guess. No, first things first. The flooring we had in Sims 1 and Sims 2 are quite different. But I'm gonna do my best. Maybe we could even like go with completely different thing. Anyway, 100 here, 104 here. So this is the middle. And then we had 1, 2, 3. And then we had a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was sort of our and 4 here, then like that. No, something is off here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then 2. Okay. So that was sort of our square here. And then from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. And on the 5th, we cut the corner. Three. 4, and this was where our house would begin. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that's sort of our first kinda thingy. Okay, let's see. We had 4 here. And then it went 2 and 2. And then we had this going on. Only 3 here though. Yeah. And followed this to here and then to here. and then 4 over here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sek, hi, hello. How you doing? And we also had 5 here, right? Yeah. If this didn't match with this, yes, okay. Hey, okay. We are successfully recreating the first floor. Which wasn't really that grand. Chilling at home, no work today, nice. Printing a big backlog, nice. Okay, I'm gonna immediately add the stairs. We had some sort of wooden stairs. I think we can go with... It was quite red-ish, so we can maybe do this. Oh, that's my bad. In a second. Short walls. We have short walls. Wait, why don't you want to go like... What? Can't intersect with walls. What do you mean? What walls? Okay, let me go to the second floor to check. Well, to draw walls here, I guess. Once we draw walls, we should be able to move our stairs. Remove this like this, but I believe we had 5 here. Let me just check again. Yeah, it went 2 over the thing. We had a little hallway situation going on, if I recall. Okay, and now we should be able to put the stairs where they were, which is here. But then also... Yeah, the stairs were longer there. So even if I put this at 2... Oh no, wait, if I put it at 2 stairs, that's actually correct. Like, the math does the correct math. Looking... fair. I mean... Good luck. Okay. We had it like so. And then we had a wall here. 2, 3, yeah. This was sort of our situation. We did manage to get a fireplace there, so... I will put this one the same height, because we didn't have wall height back in the day. That was a luxury we couldn't afford. No luck yet. Yeah. I think you're gonna have to wait a little bit for like the ironing.
Marvelix just followed.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Mm. Anyway, yeah, there's still some heavy bugs, and I know a lot of people don't want to touch that with the bugs, the bugs that are going on. I can't speak. Okay, now let's see if we can find the window shape that would match the windows we had. Like this could be the closest. I really need to fix my alerts. Sorry about that. This could be the closest, but no. I really need those specific windows to make a comeback. They were here in Sims 1, 2, and 3, but not in 4, and it's infuriating. Like, we have some windows that are close, but not the exact ones. Like, they would be like this, but fancy. Like this, perhaps, even. Maybe we could use these. It's not ideal by any means, but it's what we have. But then they wouldn't match. Wait. Oh, maybe we can use... No, these are too wide. Like if we could have these, but thinner. Like one wide. Man, this is so frustrating. Yeah, it is for sure. Like, why can't we have just this? Just like this? You know what I mean? I just need a specific window. This is the closest I can have. Snivels. And then even with that, I don't have like a 3 wide one. I have 2 wide. And again, maybe we could... No, but it's not what I want. Eek. Maybe like this could be close to that. This one is 3 wide. Maybe. Wait. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with magical windows. Although, like, these are not necessarily bad. And I can combine them with the magic ones. Realm of Magic. Let me cook. I think that's the closest we can get. It's not perfect, but we are allowed to redecorate once we earn money and stuff. For now, we're just rolling with the most similar thing to the thing we had. I'm still so sad I couldn't make Sims 3 work. I tried literally everything. I spent 2 whole days on it. I have over 2 hours of playtime, which is just like me trying to, well, seeing if it worked. There's better ways to spend weekends than that. But let us put in some pillars. And like that. Maybe just we put like the little white trim. Over everything except the chimney. And ironically, the wall closest to the thing would be the castle one, I think. This is actually pretty close to the last one, but where is our castle wall? Oh, actually, this would be the closest to the first one that we had. Maybe I go with that one. Oh, no. Not the last part. And the chimney we had was brick. Actually, this is pretty accurate to what we had. Granted, this is really not looking good, but you know. We had a little dog house. I don't think this will work. But we can try. It was siding. It was red. Let me just see if the little tiny doors work on that. Maybe they do. Yeah, I guess. In Sims 4, there is not. There is no doghouse in Sims 4. We had a whole discussion on Sims 1 stream about that. They didn't put in dog houses because they thought it was inhumane. And I'm like, yeah, sure, there is some people who use them for inhumane purposes, but most of the time it's just a place for dog to chill, you know? There's nothing inhumane about a doghouse. And people are pissed about it till this day, for obvious reasons. Like, give us freaking doghouses. There. Color-wise, it's accurate. The dog can enter this. And then if I do this, we can even do something like give them a little carpet. No, maybe green. And we can give them a little dog pillow. Now, will they be able to use this? I have no idea. I'm hoping they will. And we're gonna give them a little bowl. There. We always play like this anyway, so should be fine. And now I know the dog houses went. Oh, we had one more extension. Okay, one more, I guess. Completely missed that. No, not one more. Not one more. I didn't miss anything. I'm just dumb. Never mind. I'm just dumb. But since we can alternatively place these, I'll just put like two bowls, one side by side like that. So maybe we move these one up. Although technically these windows were square, and we do have perfect square windows to put here, but should I do them square? Oh, maybe I should. Frick it, we're gonna put square windows like they were there. Because we did finally get the ones that we need, which are these ones, which are exactly like the ones there. And then in the bathroom we had this one over here. Okay, let's move on to doors. Mm, I was pretty sure we had singular glass doors that were not specifically these ones. But maybe I was wrong. Oh, we have these. I don't want these. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go for these ones. There we go. Maybe I can actually put the ones we had last time. If I find it. Or maybe I don't find it. I guess we don't have it. Actually, these could be close, but the cracks between them are too big. I think we can go with these ones, but they're not it exactly either. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the castle flooring for now. Cause yeah. Okay, back to the doors. I believe on first floor, yeah, we had an arch. And it was just a simple square arch. Like that. And then the simple doors everywhere else. We did just get new doors. I believe it's these ones. So we can just put those kinda everywhere. But also we can do a thing that we had to undo before. Give me a sec to switch to the top floor. No, actually we went here. There. That's sort of a layout we had on top. And we really didn't have many things going on. No, obviously we have this whole frigging thing. You asked me before. You can just link my Twitch. That's okay, and that will link to my Blue Sky and everything else. It feels very special being on the Broto webpage. Okay, here we had a cauldron. Which we're just gonna squeeze here. And we had a weightlifting machine. I know, it's very random. Which is quite different from the ones that we have in game. Huh. It's fine. We're just gonna put the base game on, or the blue one, because the one we had was blue. There. So gym slash magic room. Oh god. Give me a second. This turned into disaster. Okay. Here. Decorations. I'm pretty sure this was from Vampires. Vampires where? There. Huh. Ah, there we go. Now the book in here does nothing. But we had a book. So I'm placing a book. We were pretty broke, so I shall act accordingly. The frick was that in the hallway? There's something in the hallway there, but I have no idea what it is. It's something pink. Oh, I know what it is. Oh my god. It's the cat scratching post. Okay, so given this one has to be pink as well. So random. Okay. Fireplaces. We had quite fancy fireplaces. I think they were looking kind of like this. Maybe a little bit more yellowish, but I can't do anything about that. Perhaps I can put them in darker like that. Okay. So that's very random. And we finally bought a little bit better of beds. So it has to have 6 energy. Whoa. Are all of these beds so bad? Oh, this one is 8. That's more. This one is 6. It's okay. We're gonna go with that. Maybe. Although the one we had was more like this. Like that's more accurate. Yeah, we're just gonna put this one. Maybe in like... I don't know which one I prefer more. I hate both of them equally. Maybe I just go with this one from yeah, we can just go with that one. And then we can just have 2 of these. I really didn't have many things going on there. Can't even quite tell what I had on the... I think I had an alarm clock and maybe a light. Oh no, the light was above here. So what was that on the... You know, I have no idea. And I had a random thing on this counter as well. I think that was the freezer bunny thingy. But I know that I had a dresser in this room. Because that was supposed to be like a baby room eventually. And it was yellow, but we don't have yellow, so I will put this one. And it had like a funky lamp on top. Let's go lighting here. Now, mind you, I did sell a bunch of stuff because, well, I had to get my cat back. Well, my cats, multiple. Oh yeah, we had a lava lamp at first, and then we didn't have lava lamps in Sims 2. So we could put a lava lamp. Well, this isn't really a lava lamp either. Maybe we can put like this. It's close enough, right? I don't know if we just have normal lava lamps. We have lava beacons, sorry. It's okay, we're just gonna put this one. Man, this is a struggle. Okay, and then in here we had a toilet. I think I'm just gonna put this one here. And then downstairs we're gonna put this one. And I think my sides were reversed. Yeah. Toilet here, shower in the corner. I'm kind of sad that we don't have like those round showers that we did have, but it's okay, this will work. And just like a regular sink. over there. And a regular mirror, obviously. Like that one. And then up here we had counters. I think we can use yeah, I'm pretty sure we can use these new ones. And I don't usually do a double sync moment, but I did there. They were quite fancy sinks. But this is the closest I have to fancy. What if I did like these? And then the sinks have that. That could work. And then we had a bath over here, which was just a simple something simple. No, it's fine. I'll just put in this one. That's okay. That works. And then for the mirror, we can just put this one. I was barely making ends meet, okay? This is how it looked. Okay, let's go back to light, and I'm pretty sure we had something like this going on. Over here, we can put the same one over here as well. And in this bathroom. Oh, and I did have curtains on all of these, but they were kind of shorter because there was no long curtains back in the day. I do feel like we could maybe pull off something like this. Purple was kind of the main thing over there. So maybe we do pink and purple. And then in this room we can do blue. Since this room will be mainly pink. For whatever reason. Okay, then down here, let's see. First floor. Oh, down here we really actually... Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Let's see our living room. We did have like sort of bookshelf slash TV moment. So we could put this. But that doesn't give us really the moment we had. Unless... No, I can't put it like that. I mean, I could... No, we wouldn't have space. Like we could do this one, perhaps. But we don't have like nice wooden swatches here. could do something like that. Or wait, if I just do two of them, oops. If I just do two of them, I can just put a TV above. Why did I do this to myself? Oh, and then we had like a radio moment there. I just think there is literally only one that we can squeeze in there, so it makes sense. Should be that one. I mean, we could... No, that's too big. Everything else is too big. Like, we can do this with... Meh. Like, it's not really a nice and cute thing that we had going on. And then we had a painting easel over there. We did have just a plain one, so I will put just a plain one. We did have alarm here, but since no burglars and alarms here, I'm gonna put thermostat. But let me first figure out an end table here. Doesn't really match in color, but it's fine. No, I don't like it. It's not fine. Oh, this one matches. Yeah, we can have that one. And then we had like another doggo bed here, but I think we're gonna skip on that one. And like we had a dog cat basket here and here, and then something on the wall here, but instead I think I'm just gonna put two of these. Like maybe this one and this one. There. And then they can have a dog cat bed over here. Like that, perhaps. And since I can't give them the toys that they had before, I'm just gonna give them a toy box in here. Yeah, that will work, right? Our little pet room. And then here actually we can put the little feeders. 3 of them. There. Something like that. It's being like way more stressful than it should be. And the chat on my phone died, of course. It keeps doing that. And apparently a short ad break will be coming up. So hold on tight. We should be back momentarily. I had like this type wooden disc. I believe, well, not really. I had like this type wooden disc. And I know it's not what I had before, but I'm gonna put maybe this in purple. And then over here we had a chess table. And we had a bookshelf over here. Like quite a fancy one actually. It shall be fine for now. Also, I'm thinking instead of the trash here, we can put in the cat toilet. And there, purple one. What else are we missing? Toilet is there, it has light. We're missing a kitchen, of course. Of course. Oh, I have no idea which counters we had. I'm trying to see if I have a picture that captures inside counters, but it doesn't. Well, it doesn't matter. We shall use perhaps this one. There. And we're gonna do it in yellow. And we had a trash compactor, but trash compactors don't exist in Sims 4, so we're just gonna put the trash here. And granted, this kitchen is way better than anything we had. Maybe not yellow, maybe... Yeah, maybe this, or not. I'm trying to see something that has wood that matches. I mean, I guess that's the closest yellow it is. And there, we're gonna put one of these over here. Technically, like, we could stack two of them, but I feel that would be a little too tall. So this is fine. Maybe we can add in one of these to compensate for all of the things we don't have, you know? Oh, and we had a microwave here, right? Yes. No, wait. We sold the microwave. We did not have a microwave. We sold it to get our cat back. Okay. I can't find the things that I'm searching for. Surprise, surprise. Oh, maybe it's not in this. Maybe it's in this. Okay, wait. Clutter. There's just like so many things. Because I had some sort of a scroll that I have no idea if it did anything, but I definitely want to put the scroll over here. Oh, a phone. It's not exactly like the phone we had, but it is here. And obviously this one is non-functional, because why would they make it functional? Can you believe that even though we had alarm clocks in the game before, only now we got a functional one, and we only have two. The ones that were in the game before, non-functional as well. Like, you would think, since they made them functional now, they would make them functional again. But no, they would not. Like, it's literally... I think we only have one other. Wait. Let me check. Okay. So yeah, we have this alarm clock that is non-functional. We have little Simsy alarm clock, functional. And we have this alarm clock, functional. So yeah, essentially 3 alarm clocks. I don't know, I really want this one to become functional. One would argue that this could be alarm clock as well, but I don't know, I think it's just a clock, like a small table clock. And yeah, I want him to go back and make this alarm clock functional. I will be upset until they don't. No, yeah, also we didn't have a dining table. We sold that. Honestly, this hall looks way better in Sims 4. Alas. Living room. We had double love situation, and I think I want to go with these. And then we had a small coffee table just over here. And I think this one will be perfect for that. And the carpet that went here. Kinda. We can do it better now. Because it doesn't have to like go here. We can center it. Oh, and I think this one could be perfect. Maybe in like this bluish. Yeah, that works. Oh, I still didn't find the thing that I was searching for. Oops, sorry. Is it this is the phone that we had kinda. Oh no, not really. But we had like the more digital one. I don't understand where is that thing? I don't even know what it's called. I bet if I go into kitchen and search from there, maybe I will have easier time finding it. And yeah, I could just put like, you know, some regular old books. I feel it's important for authenticity to get as close as we can. Okay, this is here, so it should be somewhere around. Ah, there it is. Haha. There. We're gonna put it a little bit here. Is that all? Okay, some plants. And then walls. Plants, lights, walls, thingies. Okay, in this corner, I'm pretty sure we go with this plant. And then in this corner, we had something completely different. Like one of the ones on the pedestals. Like this, I believe. And then here we had some sort of a palm. So like this, but smaller. I mean, we can do this, but smaller. Oh, we can't. It does weird shadows. Eek. We can do this one. And like, yeah, it clips into the walls, but it's fine. It doesn't clip outside. Okay. So I believe that's it from what we actually had. Not just lights. I had I had pretty specific outdoor lights, which I don't think we have. This could be close enough. Oh, these are pretty. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with these ones. They're close enough. Oh, I feel like we need to raise this one up here. Oh, no. Here. Oh, shoot. Yes, no, we had the dining table. Outdoors dining table. And it was sort of lying here. Is there anything similar to a woven table here? No, I don't think so. I think we can go with this. Perhaps. Or there's also like this one, but I don't know, that just isn't that just doesn't give me the vibes. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this. Maybe yellow or blue one. Perhaps like blue with yellows. See, and then the chairs are woven. So close enough. And they're not that expensive. Okay, okay. And then we should add our white picket fences. I think this one is the closest, although the backyard one could work as well, but it's too tall. So like that. And then we also had trees, birch trees to be exact, like this. You can add one here and there. I guess here they're aspen trees. The one over here. It does not poke into our walls. Yeah, it's fine. These are quite smaller. Well, actually I can move it back here. Where it was originally. And just find the rotation. Yeah, there we go. So it doesn't poke into our things. And originally we did have things on the walls. So we can get those back. I'm guessing we can just put these trellises. Like that. And for our flower beds, where are the apple ones? Apple blossoms. Oh, yeah, I have them. They're not really red though. Oh, these are red. So let's do heleniums. Like that, kinda. Honestly, now with adding the things, I don't hate the chimney part. But also we need to add our mailbox. And perhaps our trash cans. There. Let's add some terrain paint. Is this me or that doesn't seem to be doing anything? Okay, it is now. Barely anything though. Surprisingly, we are far from done over here. Okay, maybe I put it just like a little darker. They seem to have corrected whatever issue there was with terrain paint. Not applying as intended. Although I still don't trust that they fixed the issue where terrain paint completely disappears. Ah. Of course I would have messed something up. Must not forget the actual chimney and the roof. And the fire alarm. Okay, let's just do the alarms first. Because I feel that's easily forgotten by me. I believe it was here. I might be wrong. And then the thermostat, we're gonna put it over here. Instead of our burglar alarm. Would really love for burglars to come back. The trauma, though. At least, you know, they experienced being robbed. So there's that. Okay. So let's do a half wall. I'm gonna place it here. No, there is a trick, by the way, I like to do. So my Sims don't spawn inside the thing. And that is putting these cubes inside. I know they're supposed to be like end table, but I rarely use them as that. But they're very useful for preventing your Sims to spawn inside inside chimneys when you load lots. You can use those or those really ugly cubes, like these ones, the glowing cubes. But I think these ones are cheaper, if I recall. No, they're not. Never mind. The uglier are cheaper. Okay. It's fine. That's fine. Roof and chimney, and then we're gonna add our colors, and we can finally play. But I will take a little break. I had a pretty simple roof going on. It was like just this. we can lower it a bit. Like that. And then just add in this. There we go. And one of the same over here. No. Enshrouded, I have not played it. Is there drama or is it good and I should play it? Sorry. I believe our half walls should be higher. Even higher. There we go. And then we had some pretty basic shingles there. Okay, okay. I think side by side, pretty close, pretty close. We didn't have these exact shingles, but that's fine. There is one thing missing though. Our girlfriend wanted us to install, well, our fiance wanted us to install some of these. Technically they were much smaller. Maybe I should install only 2. Like that. But I feel like we have to have some balance. Like that. There. Because technically we had 4, putting 3 isn't that much of a difference. And then just lights. We forgot lights inside. Oh my god. It's not that we had much lights inside though. We had one wall light over here. I feel like this one would be perfect. If only it came in gold. And this one comes in gold. Yeah, we can put that one. And then over here we had no lights anywhere, and over here fair. Okay, so like One light over here. One light over here. And one light. Well, I guess we have this light, so we don't need a light over here. But we can put a light over here. There. That's all of the lights we had. Now, maybe we go back in immediately and put more lights. But for now... Okay, let's do floors first. We had a lot of carpets going on. We're gonna put fluffy purple where the animals are. And then upstairs we're gonna have like this darker purple. Because that's kind of how it was. And now this one is the closest to what we had, but I think going with the fluffy one could be cute. Yep. Yeah, no, we're just gonna go with this fluffy one. And then the tiles were blue. Well, blue and white. Like that. And then we had some sort of a grayish tile going on here. Acceptable tile. You know, I feel like this is almost identical. Yeah, we shall go with acceptable tiles. And then everything else was wood. This particular wood actually, but more reddish. There. And the walls. The walls were interesting. But nothing interesting we have in this game. So we're just gonna go with paint. I'm gonna do this one purple. I feel like this is too pink. Oh no, we had some... No, we can maybe go with that in here. But then I'm wondering maybe we can go with purple, but like with the upper thing here. It's definitely cheaper, and it kind of matches what we have going on there. Oh, this is sort of what we had around. Like that's pretty darn close. Maybe actually the pink one is the closest to what we had going on the walls. To be fair, we didn't have like a lot of choices. And then this one is actually closer to what we had going on in the kids' room there. But we can still use the flowers. And we can use it in here. Oh, They don't match. Got it. Hmm. I'm thinking. Why don't they just make things that match? Like even these, they don't match. Like in width or anything. Kinda. Oh, no, never mind. I mean, no, actually kinda. But I don't want to go with that one. Mm. Yeah, we can just go with these penguins. Freak it. They're penguins. Now for the backsplash tile. This could work, right? Or we can go with this. A very pink thing. But it might be better if we do it like a full tile. Because that way we don't have to worry about the top border. Well, top and bottom border thing going on. I don't think we had pink tiles, but... By the way, this totally looks like our girlfriend decorated when she moved in. Because pink, blue, and white are her favorite colors. We're like black and purple type person. This is perfectly acceptable. Oh, let me just check. Oh, we had fun walls here. They were wooden, but they were super fun. And we don't have anything like it in the game. Got it. We can do that. That's fine. Acceptable. Okay. No. We have our roof. We have everything we had before, more or less. Like it's kind of accurate to what we left off in Sims 2. Well, to where we left off in Sims 2. Let's save. And let's get into the complicated cheats. Oh, we should probably like get a vacuum and stuff, but okay. Let's first see. Money. Wait. 2,533. There we go. That's our budget. Now the problem, we can't make our pets go to work here. But let me go into complicated cheats, as in skill cheats. Sims 4. So it would be this, about cooking. And we weren't level 10, were we? Wait, let me check. Okay, so oh shit, did I really not? Well, that's not great. It is for our girlfriend. Why not for us? Why would I do this to myself? I guess I thought I had it. Well, I feel our cooking was somewhere around 4. Let's see if this works. Did that do anything? No, it did not. That also did nothing. Okay. Well, that was a bad source. Game Rant had all of them. Our charisma was 2. That I'm sure of. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, it's home style cooking. Okay. Okay. Our home style cooking. I will say 4 because our girlfriend was much better. Our fitness was high though. I'm pretty sure it was 6. Going on 7. Handiness we had about 3. Although we should have had more, but eh. Our logic was also 6, I believe. And our painting was 7. Okay. I think that's as much, like, because there is no cleaning and stuff like that here. So we have some skills to put behind our name. Okay, our fiance. she had some pretty neat skills. She had cooking at level 7. I think 1, 2, 3. Yeah, she had cooking at level 7. So I guess I can just go with there. Homestyle cooking 7. Sure, you can be foodie. That can be your new personality trait. Then her creativity was 8. I need to give them an art studio like as soon as possible. Her logic was 6 as well, I guess. Her handiness was 1. But, you know, it's... Oh, does it not do anything when I put 1? Fine, you can have handiness 2. How about that? There, that does something. Painting, logic, handiness, fitness. Oh, she had 2 in fitness. Okay, cool. Okay, and then charisma. Her charisma was 4. Definitely more charismatic than us. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now let's check for career cheats. Okay, let me see. That would be detective, I guess. No, law. No, it's not. No, this is law, not law enforcement. So I guess detective. Let me see if that works without actually entering the detective career. No, it does not. Okay. We worked really hard for our promotions, okay? I can't remember which level we were in our career.
Shumba Smurgs Unga.
I will assume we were level 6. Okay. And I think these are all like the cheats that we can do. We're gonna save. Because these are just cheats to get us back to where we were. And we were pretty newbie with our spells. Our girlfriend was not, but oh well, you know. Okay, this doesn't look too bad.
Yo, Swabo, you Norg? Tariq, be Ralph.
I'm not sure if we're keeping her.
Zorpal, Blaho Quarb, Snoof.
We'll see.
He's Beniba Whelm.
Anything can
Pator.
happen.
With Weevil Beb.
But I'll just let them settle into their new lives.
Yibs.
Viva Deso. Viva Deso Yerno Varo.
Clefete. Bit of wits.
Yeah, I don't. I'm
Chow,
actually not
poison.
interested in that specific one.
Slurpa
However,
Wumba, Zerpa Nooch.
the other one, oh my god, what is it
Yes.
called?
Hey,
Wonderful Whims. It's pretty wholesome. I do feel like once I start playing with mods, that one is like high on my list. I just took a look like at Wicked Whims once, and I was like, yeah, no, that's too much for me.
Lee.
I don't want that in my game.
Suchin.
It's just Wicked Whims, but without all the sex. There's some sex, and like it's still in depth, but it's not as heavy into it.
Yanka, Bamu, Zampa, Guasha, Verpasa, Esanoi, Shrofa, Bahushu, Foibi, Zopi, Vabo, Sick of Flesh, Freeba, From,
In general, I think the Whims mods just give like that dose of realism into the game, and then like depending on what you want from your games, you either go Wicked Whims or Wonderful Whims.
Sator,
What's up? Yibs, yibs, yibs. Yip, yip, Zagu. Bener. Nabuna Shorbik. Born at Cabe. Yeah, through ya. But here at Turinge. Bonobe.
Whoa. Yeah, that's yeah. For me, it's a little much. I'm not against the mod. I also heard that there is a link that you can do with Lovin's thingies, which is interesting, I have to admit. Somehow that blew up in a whole ass controversy. That's what I know about.
Daisy Grove. Crave.
What are we celebrating? Oh, Night on the Town. Okay.
Malmo Ifta. Cheap. Chixto Quarbunsta. And Chelte Zombo.
Yeah. You could link it with Wicked Whims. I don't know how it works. I just know that there was like a huge controversy about it.
Oh.
Okay. You two can travel. Make the best from Night on the Town.
Lame,
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I just know there was a controversy. But if you're like playing Sims as a full-on porn game, I mean, I guess it was bound to happen.
Web.
Let's order some iced milk tea. Ah, it's pretty hot outside, eh?
Rabna? Tell Zoheen. Bartem! Bartem save!
Yep. Yep. It's old news. I thought she knew about it.
Baloney.
Benoy? Fime Moj? Oh, Buddha? Pronounced Sishibo! Sinoi, Hargreave! Samay! Luna.
A brave Lenton. So Chimsabavi. I am Sum. Rogava.
Voizak!
You would think that I would already be good friends with my fiance, but apparently not.
Oh, cheflet. Oh. Kissamoy? No, Clemon.
Ooh, Bula! Fwis!
Oh,
Nabs! Buna. Oh.
I don't think we got our drinks.
Oh. Kadish.
Moochie Peachy, Shavy Balooey.
Hello.
Looney.
Can we please get our drinks?
Tea.
Yibs,
Nappa.
yibs.
Oh my god, there's so many people.
More people, you Norg? Sabomanukum, Pibwa, Bartem, Yin Lev.
Nifla, Beckenoishun. Nasine Farble.
Injury right outbreak, guys.
Babs.
Simbab Kriko.
Listen at Zarspa.
Shamabu.
Sani. Pima. Lashu. Organort. Wixona Zarspa. Hemfit.
Quaba
Bavaria.
Vinziffle.
Oh, Whoopi Gorge.
Purple. Lake and Uppa.
Illinois.
Kinakim. Omu.
Bone.
Laboose.
Bean.
Dag.
Shrew, stay healthy.
Omafoof.
Narble for boy.
Brankavint.
Breeze
Fina Iffle Im.
Sul.
Yips.
Ag.
Nukem Galang. Yam Sabrita.
Gusha, we know.
Have that drink, Seb.
Garza.
Like it's right there in front of you. Drink it.
Tribna. Huh? Tunga Chusin.
There we go. Oh, I want to attend a funeral. Interesting.
Farm. Hobby Frong Fanon.
Chimi Geza. West.
Oh, I didn't set our preferences. I just realized I didn't set the romantic preferences.
Uchina. Wafika Dopti. Avenue. Desmikos Perenzi. Funchil Bomb. Smirk.
Oh yeah, also you
Kuzip.
find a job.
Obu Torfu.
She just started the science career before we ended the thing, so
Hemka Dalvis.
So Wata. Seneca Belinda Grinia.
Guido.
you should drink your drink.
Frenak. Bikoya. Cerebixu.
Think of Flish.
They're not really drinking their drinks. Okay, they are now, finally.
Linnock. Kissib. Oh.
Do.
Welcome back from the other ad break.
Oh, Pimpaloosh.
Did someone snack or drink, or did she already finish?
Queen.
Una.
Soda,
Quest.
Bartend Yanka.
Okay, after you pee, you can. Sure, you can love rascals. Okay, Seb needs to pee too. And while he's doing that, you can. Oh, grab chips for free. Can you order a drink for yourself? Oh, you can order food. There you go. Oh, all of the food is free. Let's do bread rolls.
Yazoo. Nimbus.
Handles are pow.
Dag.
Bluffadar. Oh,
There are bread rolls for everyone.
Yakula Brugi. Playun Zaruga. Flicks.
Gabba gabba pomeranguas. Confulibo. Opala chaba. Peldo dobishi.
Ponka. Baldroga.
Nelcher. Lanji Chila. Lindsay Shard.
Where did Seb go? Aw. They're both very happy. I think they were outside for long enough. It's 6 p.m. Getting close to bedtime and stuff. By the way, I never make them go home anymore. But Button, I just travel home because it takes ages. Look at our sad little house. It's so small compared to everything. Oh god. Okay, perhaps we should set the thermostat to cooler. Maybe Seb can do a landscape painting. Oh shoot, guys, I completely forgot to color the wall of this. However, to be fair, we didn't have it colored in Sims 2 because we didn't have colors. So now that we are at normal budget, let's fix this up a little bit. Oh, and we forgot the trash can here. Okay, let's first add that trash can. Obviously, we're gonna add the one that gives us money. Like so. I feel like we'll have to expand. Why do we have that there? We don't need it there. We can make like a little balcony here. Perhaps like a little wider. Oh guys, this is actually so much more accurate to the front doors we were having. Maybe we should put that instead. Yeah, that works a little better with the windows too. Now, when it comes to the doors here, maybe we want something like that. I don't know. How are these? These are about the same size as the other ones there. But we could also do something like this to make it a little more fancy. But then I hate how these windows look. It's okay. We'll just roll with it for now. Everything is mismatched. I hate it, but it's what we gotta live with. Okay, now I will move that chess table out on the balcony, perhaps. Or we could put it over here in the hallway. I don't know. I don't like that. Maybe over here. Yeah, over here could work. And then the bookshelf can go upstairs as well. And we put the seat over here. And the desk can go here. And that way we now have room for dining area. Although honestly maybe a dining area would be better here, but we're not gonna worry about that right now. No, what'd they do? Personally, maybe, okay. Maybe we could put the fridge over here. Maybe not. But I am kind of annoyed with this hole here. But I also don't want to have... So perhaps what we can do is something like that. Yeah, that works a little better. I could have left the bookshelf here. That's fine. Okay. I'm thinking a 3-wide dining table. Perhaps not as fancy. Oh, something like this. Just a regular wooden table. Mega table. I'll just pull it just a tiny bit away from the wall. That was an expensive table. A pretty expensive table. Is that a color match? I don't think so. This is more of a color match, right? There. Okay, now we have big open area over here. So plenty of things to play around with. Oh, but now I removed our lights. Shit. It's okay, it's okay. Seb will make a painting, we'll sell it, and then we'll buy lights. Okay, Seb, make a painting faster. Oh, she's inspired to cook. Okay, not too bad. Sell to collector. So we can buy back some lights. Okay. Because I want prettier lights than this. Oh yeah, maybe this like little plant one. Although this is also pretty. Very fancy. And it's very cheap. It's 75. What? How is it this cheap? You know what? Maybe... Okay, maybe we made a mistake. Maybe we made a mistake here. With this table. Maybe what we should have done is do a round table here. That way it takes up more space. And it justifies this chandelier. We could go pretty simple with this, like this one. It doesn't have to be too fancy. How much does that cost even? Yeah. That's cheaper than the last one. And then these are the chairs that should supposedly match this. So we can make them in color. Oops. Like that. Yeah, super cute. And we'll be able to put some stuff over here later. Because for now we're pretty broke. Maybe we let Seb do another day or two in in the law enforcement career. Couldn't be that bad, right? Okay. That works. For now. We're definitely gonna... enjoy your incredibly fluffy goat, Blue.
Mitzel.
But yeah. What is going on here? I thought they... Huh, that's interesting. Oh, we should probably... Oh, shit. Well, we might have a problem. We can fill 2 pit bowls. Hopefully that will be enough. Till tomorrow.
Ooh. Ah, dag, dag. Oh. So.
It's 8 p.m. They're not really that tired, but... Okay, Seb, you have work in 12 hours at 9 a.m. Jasmine, your work is at 10 a.m. Okay, we will set the alarm for the room for morning 8 a.m. And we're gonna assign left side to Seb and assign right side to Jasmine. They're pretty into each other, so that's kind of cute.
Oop, they shoot.
Rinka Shalbo. Obani. Jessene. Fenica Fenabe. Hispalip Grinia. Spama. Flume. Apalachaba.
Simonacero, Fifaru. Jabin, Nobi Yurmta, Simabe, Nonafario Yamisha.
Ooh.
Where is she going? Oh, she's going to sleep already. Well, Seb, I guess you're a little sleepy as well. But you can stay watch TV a little bit longer. Also, you both of you wearing shoes indoors. We're gonna fix that tomorrow. When you earn some money. When you're able to feed your pets. No, also, why are we wasting all this electricity? All lights, auto lights, please. Oh, why did you get out of bed? Get back in bed. Thank you. Jasmine awake at 4 a.m. Why are you awake at 4 a.m.? No, don't eat cold cuts. You can... Well, I can't even serve breakfast. Let's see. There, you can make a loaf of bread. Wait, oh, dude, why'd you just walk through that like that?
Biru! Oh, Gil. Ah.
Yeah, Seb, you're gonna have to wait for the food to be done. Yeah, it's personal space. What are you doing? What's happening? Okay, sure. That's how it's supposed to work.
Lurbis, Baloney, Alu Paz.
They're both awake so early. I see that the pets found their toy already. Okay, put away the loaf. We don't want it spoiling. I guess you can work out a bit. Oh, actually, no, don't work out. Where is Alfred? Oh, Alfred is eating.
Oh, Zambisi.
6 a.m. vibes.
Ah, yeah.
Go play with Iris.
Flagisi.
Ah, Bayumi.
it's pretty clear. We want to get married to Jasmine. The good witch.
Yep. Yep. Sorzuya.
Ina, Grasha.
Also, wait, I thought they changed her hair color.
Chobaba. Ah, Futon Kupu. Bimba. Born.
Uh-huh.
Fruch. Swek Zimba.
Ah,
Facile.
Monil.
Jimba.
Nizo Brib.
Oh. Mobsy Grosh. Ibada Wig Ob.
Who did you meet, Iris? Oh, goodness. Let's give bath to Alfred.
Alopa Bruhana.
And you could maybe go pee. Oh, work for Seb starts in an hour. Interesting. Oh, I guess these are poking in. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We're gonna fix that somehow. Now the question is, do we want to join Seb for work today? Maybe. Maybe.
Roshimba. Demosh. Sakuni Lazar.
Here we go. Alfred is all clean. And let's let him out.
Buncha.
We don't really have time to dance. We're going to work. To work that we will quit soon. Welcome to the Force. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it makes sense. Maybe run in here. You don't want to get all wet. Well, I guess we can go pee, but first, Oh, okay, yeah, sure, go pee, and then go introduce yourself to your supervisor. Please don't tell me.
Shopper Frau.
It would be nice if one of the PCs was free. But sure, go introduce yourself to your boss. Friendly introduction, I guess. Oh, and now that I'm thinking, we didn't get that high in our career because we didn't have friends. Oh, so we were level 4, and I cheated us to level 6. It's fine. Will either of you leave a PC? Do we have a backup PC? No, we don't. For fuck's sake. Like, everyone is on a PC. I can't get the case. Maybe I can shoo them away? I can. They will move. Okay. It's been so long since I had anyone in detective career. Okay, let's go to the crime scene. At the crime scene, you can find clues that will help you track down a suspect. Okay. Take witness report. You okay, my guy? Well, I guess. Oh, we're still kind of taking a witness report.
Barula Alubar.
Yes. Kaluyama. And Patasha Poems.
Ospa.
Okay. Collect clues. No. What is a crime scene? Where is the crime scene, actually? Oh, here, maybe. Search for clues. Yeah. My sim is a cop. Well, a detective. Sergeant.
Aha.
Golfa. Famoy.
Muchi Pichi.
Oh, Boogie Lagan. Babadeso, Yanabi. Dinba. Urabao. Floof Gaffa.
Uh-huh. Okay. Take evidence picture first before we touch anything. I watched enough CSI.
Crifoba. 1G?
Yes.
Oh, a nervous
Zippakaloo.
Phoebe.
Shabby Daza.
Weasel Stayib.
Yeah.
Nabuna Shorbek. Born at Cape.
Uh-huh.
Why make for
Ha! Ensenoi me piem quexi.
Plain Schwarbet. Duga Sivar. Sorb.
Faux Soapy. Pip of the Zoo.
Neep.
Sabine, lunchachul. Oh. Ah.
Okay. There doesn't seem to be anything else here, but perhaps up here. We need to find 5 more clues.
Umchima.
Hmm. Nothing in the bathroom here. That's interesting. I'm not finding any clues. Let's go down here. Look at me doing all the work while the officers are chatting in there. Oh, wait. Ah, shit. Okay. Let's return to the police station. They can clean up now. I'm busting my back over here. They're just chilling. Now that you've gathered evidence from the crime scene, it's time to start tracking down a suspect. Use chemical analyzer and computer to evaluate the evidence you found at the crime scenes. Analyze evidence. Damn. Okay.
Boy.
It's file paperwork. No, not paperwork. Not paperwork. Not paperwork. No, not yet. File crime scene evidence. There we go. Please move, officer. I have important business to do. I don't want to need to stay late, but I might. I need to take a snack. Okay, then What do you mean there's no available fridge? That is a fridge. It's a corporate fridge, but it's a fridge. What? So I'm just gonna starve in here? Oh, fuck this. So much hard work. Okay, wait. Okay, search criminals, take mag shots. Who are my suspects though? Hmm. Let's go with you. You look sussy as heck. Am I? Oh yeah, I'm getting there slowly. I think these two did it.
Espinal. Ah. Aha. Shishi twab.
Neeb.
Moonfla. Niboma. Wosu Yao, huh?
Huh? Oh.
Yobs. Rinkaloo.
Ah.
Zangsa. Bushbado. Beshma.
I will have to stay late. Man. I really didn't want to stay late.
Bimba Plus.
Okay, let's get you back inside.
Chiba.
It's being rather nice and cooperative. I'm just standing here.
Your boy Maxie.
Okay, never mind. He ran back. Oh. Well, maybe I can do them both.
Tuna. Bukwam. Bukwam Kravik.
Why?
Nothing.
It's fine. It counted. It's okay.
Mom.
Physic Fuhang. Kinaruja Sapa.
Okay. Kyle Kyleson.
Frinzoi. Joseph Sapin. Omaga
Mm-hmm,
Kukutan.
Okay, okay. Let's browse the database. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I saw my neighbor out in his front yard the other night. Then there was this bright light and he was gone. The next day he seemed different. Mm-hmm. I see. I see.
Frida. Huh.
Pelafoy. Mishka Froms. Tuuni Kanef. Chima Rabu. Steve Pomble. Two.
Navajo Crangy.
Obila Slave. Kunje.
Sharp flash.
Okay, no more civilians or anything.
Alachava. Mess.
I guess we can go for a no sweat run. This is supposed to be no sweat run. Why are you sweating like crazy? Wait, is it raining inside? Of course it's raining inside. I thought they fixed that. Ugh. Yeah, it's definitely raining inside.
Soji Sultan.
Also, what I don't like is she didn't go to work. Is it because she's in active career as well? Ugh. Oh no, she doesn't have work today, okay. Well, we can fill all of the things. We don't have a quick meal. Here, serve dinner. Fried chicken sliders, maybe. And you can do a large realism painting. Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure I changed her hair color. But it didn't take. Well, we're gonna change her later. Let's eat first. Yeah, you're also hungry, so grab a serving. You can continue your painting later. Oh, Seb doesn't have work for 3 days. Oh god, oh no. They're too broke for this. Ugh. Okay, wash it here now. I forgot to set sink types. No, no, no. You need to pee. Don't go to sleep yet. You need to pee. And maybe... There. Woohoo with Seb. Seb, are you going to... Oh, you're taking a bath.
Seb?
Oh, I guess you need it. Fine, yeah, you can go to sleep. Although you are quite stinky still, so... Oh, Jasmine had a nightmare. Oh, yeah. And then a nice bath will help. Okay, since it is already 4 p.m., we've been at it for a bit. I will leave it here for now. We are due some Tomb Raider in 4 hours. Oh, poor thing. She's scared under the covers. It's okay. On Thursday, Thursday, yes. On Thursday, we're gonna continue on. Oh wow. This is yeah, okay. Since we're gonna continue on with Tomb Raider, I shall leave you all with Miss to prepare to prepare for our Tomb Raider day. And yeah, enjoy some gay bacon. Let me just delete this from here because it doesn't work. I hope you had fun. I had fun. And yeah, as always, stay excellent. And I'll see you in a couple of hours with some Rays of the Murder Hobo. And yeah, until then, stay excellent. Bye. These voice cracks are getting ridiculous. Anyway, bye.